Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Well, it seems to be fine. I don't know why it was doing that. Hang on. Nope. Indeed it... What the hell? I don't know what's going on right now. Hang on. Is it like... Something's not right. Wait, hang on. I'm looking at my stream currently. I need to see if it's an issue. No, it seems to be doing fine. What the hell's going on? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't get what's going on with that. I'm going in the end? No. See. Is it specifically the borderless window? Or is it... Or was the internet just being freaking weird? I don't know. Yeah, I think the internet was just being weird. I don't know why it was specifically going in the red, but whatever. That lamentable day, the precious Hawaii Koban was lost to me. No doubt, unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. As I am sure everyone is present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kuroko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something, or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to a former nanny. Ido, tension. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to press that. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise amount the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we are the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Says... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of those outbursts already. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photograph of print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can be plainly seen, there is only one place set. Certainly based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw that woman with him. It would seem that we will be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takeochi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the fire was discharged, it's almost the same thing. What? Yes! No, it's not the same thing at all. For start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension? The sound of a firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuta-san? He was looking for the freaking coin. He didn't care about the gunshot, though. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I've told you already that it's only because I picked it off the floor. Well, obviously, as a culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. In exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which anticipated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time that we were the only personnel present. Yes! Must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Objection! As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. Only there had been more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it had happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is it, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. At a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of incident. So the victim went for the late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard a conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to this arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Alright. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's a day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. I feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurikuta-san. Let me...
Yes!
Okay. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did? Forgive me for the position I place you in. Still, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the contestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. Hang on. Let me look at this. Shortly after 2 p.m. Can I not look at that? Odd. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak can be seen on the victim's table. Well, what specifically? Like, if he was just like, at a checkup and he had to like get something done on him, he wouldn't be like able to like eat or whatever. There's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. Antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not possible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why are you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just any case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole property of this phantom lady. But It's such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. If no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more in detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Yeah, do the thing. Yeah, rotate it, yeah. I get it. I get you. Yeah. Uh-huh. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Open it up. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so, just before the incident. He had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Yeah, That's where we get them. Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. This new information, the meaning of the one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Yeah, we got this. We got this, baby! Incorrect.
Yes.
Incorrect. Well, I think, Oh, what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in the conversation that you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposely, you knew exactly what it was that you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, thanks for the advice. Karakuta-san, this is a medical report belonging to the victim. I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have we forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur's drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he or may have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Wrong! This evidence is very important. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witnesses' testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who... This medical report has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be irrelevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Karakuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., and the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But because he can't eat, well, whose food is that? And that can't possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? That's kinda homosexual, Kazuma. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Call him your partner. Yes. Nice going, partner. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, to answer this question, it's going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... an as of yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only been someone who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There is no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. And yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Ugh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? Rights can be a little buy as a treat. Nice. We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Oh yes, oh yes. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh, oops. 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 Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Got him. Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. I love Ryunosuke's just attempt at doing the slap, but just like, nope, nope. And who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? He's a little nervous. You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It can only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? I can't say for certain, to be honest. Because, well, at least from what I played of the game, at least with the fan translation, he can't exactly have a descendant. If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Or we examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. Okay, hang on. Let's look. There doesn't seem to be anything there. What about this, though? Oh. This is the waiter's business card. This is the waiter's business card. He's not exactly a waiter now, is he? If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what did his defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that counts into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is him. Him.
Yes.
The waiter. He really is a right. Well, his name is different. Like, his name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Naruhodo being, the original name for Phoenix Wright. Before the freaking, you know, the retranslations for Western audiences. So they're just going off of the original names here. So I guess eventually Naruhodo eventually turned into Wright or something in the retranslation or something. I don't know. Surely that would be Satoru Hosoga-san. Hosanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. Yeah, What? Is he truly where? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity has been proven by this evidence. Yes, right here.
Yes.
Probably. I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, that's what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter. Yeah, kind of. Or at least, like, one of the ancestors. I don't know. The true nature of the accused. Sorry? A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie. What are you... What? I literally freaking... Whatever. I literally freaking used it. I used it. It's right here. He said this was his business card. You said it. He said this was his business card, and this is clearly the evidence. Come on. Oh wait, hang on. I didn't freaking do it. I didn't do the thing. I'm an idiot. Whatever. It's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see that it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Yeah. Yeah. There. Now I have it. I forgot to do the examine thing. Yeah, get through. I forgot to do the thing! Nyah.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched for the man in the question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! The front of the back of the card. That's where the telling tale is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of the business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? Oh, that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. I haven't heard any mention of this before. Oh boy, ouchie. Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power. As far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Oof, ouchie, ow. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh, there he is. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yep. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court office at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. Yeah, he was nervous because they would find out his identity. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant waiter? as a restaurant waiter. Ah, of course, your Sally must be... I was working undercover. You're a mistake, detective. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then. Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from these two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. The bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. But if she's an Englishwoman, and the victim's also an Englishman, and an Englishman, that wouldn't make it a Japan issue. That would make it an English issue, a British Empire issue. The Empire's... like, come on. That would not make it your issue at all. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. It's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical facility's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime? I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Ms. Jezile Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical facility. What? What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, in order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by the particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we now discover that this premise is false, it would be desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Ugh. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Jezile Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. My man's got a real harsh cough. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezile Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Woo! I think that was the first half, roughly. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. I mean, I might as well. Because I don't remember it being too much longer after this. Because once we get into the courtroom, it's pretty much just going to be going after the girl. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's only the first one after all, so it's just the courtroom. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Oh boy. Anyway, looks like we exposed your phantom lady at last. Mrs. Jezile Brett, a student from Great Britain. Who is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So how about this young gentlewoman? Thanks to our detective friend, who was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, down on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot came from. Yeah. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. And there's our Maya. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? He's probably friends with Dr. Wilson. Not Watson. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is going to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who you're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. She. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Bye, my ancestor. Defendant Naruto. Court recess is over. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit him. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, then I'm fairly I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from UA Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Second half. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke and Naruto. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Got him. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Got him! Got him! You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Oof. Oof. Shut up, you chump up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is that which will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and no one could arguably study harder too. But standing here now, in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Got him. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Jezile Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh, and there she is. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no one noticed us and take place without tea. Why is there a swan in the court? Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival. Yes, 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 we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your depiction of this, for this amazing sight, was simply a woman. Sorry, Rinosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Mask. Oh. I don't think they can understand English. It's a bit... oh yeah, I remember this bit. It's like... I know it's a little weird here because this is translated, but like... This is the joke. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Jezile Brett. She comes from London, England. That's pretty much just a joke that she's speaking English. Everybody here is speaking Japanese. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the desolate tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take them some time. Yeah. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your reptilian eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Yeah, no, that's not the case. That's obviously not the case. Obviously not. Order. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Here we go. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. So you say.
Yes.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. I'm not even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can... I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court is going to believe. Whose words? Yeah. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Rinosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. This means the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I don't know. That hat looks big enough to hide a gun. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Yeah, it's freaking big and poofy. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be known, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But you have that big poofy hat. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, it's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryosuke. He knows. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Alright. And I assume this was after his appointment?
Yes.
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection.
You don't keep up with the latest fashions for Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right? No. No! Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentleman was currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence the fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Yeah.
Yes.
He was unable to eat, you say? Yeah. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hata Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. It probably means she actually can speak Japanese, she's just deciding not to. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the stick pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. What? No. He didn't have one at all. There's only one glass here. There's only one glass there. Don't lie to me. Spears had toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of... They didn't. It's a lie. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, 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 how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statements will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? This will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I mean, obviously, the fact is that didn't happen.
Yes.
Inconsistency! That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd in Yvette's inability to express itself? Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Got him. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of the glass make on that case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me that you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. You certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Somebody's hiding something. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that it's been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Oh no. Oh no. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered the lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to excuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Yes, I am ouchie. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. I wonder if that can also carry a gun. She did more than a mischief. She did, yes. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the seam now. However, the fact that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Yeah. Fair. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. It's also just the fact that, like, she seems to understand, and then all of a sudden she seems to very much understand. She's just not being, very accommodating. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. That's not the dig you think it is, ouch. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's deeper significance. It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gender women carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Press stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Well, what about the handbag? Eh? But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling that you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. And he didn't fire that gun. We can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hasanaga? Yes? Did you or do not search Miss Josiah Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order. 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what? Prosecutor Ouchie. Why on earth did you have the lady open her did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Same, I do too. They work... The 3D games, especially these later ones, work pretty hard on them. And hey, welcome to the stream. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Yes. His headband. I don't know. He probably has like his own... He probably has his own wind that follows him or something. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. It's his own aura. Yeah. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? Yes, he did. He has a bit of a terrible cough, and each time he does, blood comes out. I'll have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a bit of piece of evidence here that I can completely forgotten about. He's well aware of it, he just seems to not care. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after a shooting. That is true. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height in fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. There was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there's been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. She did. She's throwing him off with her own smile. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Yeah. Oh. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. Something like that, yeah. One of the two. Or in Ryosuke's case, yes! I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Sorry, Ryosuke. The wind has died down. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over. There's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Yeah. It's always one of the pains. This guy's obviously an ancestor to the Pains, so clearly he's one of the people that started it all. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. The Pains only know pain. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Rinosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me. Yep, there's the yes. Wait! Your Excellency! Rinosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. Yeah, basically. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Let me look. Wait. What's that? The mark on his hand. Huh. Problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. Tattoo? This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Rinosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I failed to see how he can glean any new information from this handbag. What if it's not the handbag? What if that's that mark on his, wrist, you know? Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. Only I could put my finger on it. I mean, maybe it's a mark of a killer, you know, maybe? Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? In fact, my breathing is very steady. Yes, Your Excellency. So take a look at another photograph, Inspector. Come on. Hosonaga submitted before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the freaking mark on his wrist. Because what does that mark mean? Was he marked because he was killed, or...
Yes.
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Oh, oh!
Objection!
Surprised. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Could be anything, really. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. But why does he have it? Why? Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed him when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? Give me 1 second. Sorry, had to blow my nose. Yeah, pretty much. In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing, either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. It looks like a cow. Like he got frickin', like he got marked or something. However, as a prosecutor, Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Britt has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Imagine if some dumb shit like, the bottom of the glass is in the shape of a torus and was heated with a lighter. Probably. I wouldn't put it out of their freaking... repertoire. What's your thinking on this, Rinosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. Ouchie, she's not going to sleep with you. Yeah, she's not going to sleep with you, Ouchie. Stop it. It's not the dumbest thing I've seen. Look, Ace Attorney can be serious, but is also incredibly comedic. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, we can just do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Yeah, she was very surprised. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Oh. See that? That's where it came from. That was a recent burn mark. I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is a moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves that what that burn really means. It's right there. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an indisputable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Clack. Yeah.
Yes.
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. Yes, I got it! I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. That is true. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clear visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. Now you're really out here. Stop being a pretentious ass and get on with it. There's also an issue with it. Wilson, the victim, was not able to eat at this time because he had a molar removed. She's about to be real inconvenienced in a moment, even more if you don't shut your yap out. Yeah. What? Yeah. What? How?
Objection!
Can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it, this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Well, you see this thing?
Yes.
Look at it. The beefsteak? Of course it's the flowers. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
Court Assistant Ophelia, at your service.
There's my GF. That would be Zeno in the chat as well. That's what she's here for.
Yeah, I'm Hope Wilson right now.
Yes. Your Excellency, are you all right?
No one in this case is all right. Ouchie.
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival.
I think it's just a cow head because it's the steak meal.
Yeah. Ah.
Honasaga, you worked there.
The emblem on the plate. and the victim's burn. He really went like that.
He served it.
And he was also working at that place undercover, so...
God damn, they really do employ anyone into the police, huh?
Are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on.
Thanks, Kazuma Edgeworth.
What means? The victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Dun dun dun.
However, he was also one that didn't eat, which means someone put that burn on him, probably post-mortem.
Oh no.
Ryunosuke, thank you for saving us. I got my wind back. But if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have.
How often are you ordering steak, Ouchie?
And this is also specifically a restaurant that is Western themed, so it could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. No. That freaking burn mark is clearly recent.
Pink? When's the last time you had steak multiple days in a row, Ouchie?
I don't think not Watson would be eating steak for that eating steak that much.
Objection.
You know?
He is a portly fellow, but
That doesn't mean he's gonna eat steak every single freaking day. Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, boyfriend.
Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant, which is why it probably makes sense for it to happen post-mortem. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? But also, because Ryunosuke couldn't see anything because he was stuck in the pantry, well, the woman could literally have put the burn mark on him, you know? Make it seem like it's actually his meal. Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But,
also, he does the Edgeworth point as well.
yeah,
I know Phoenix also does the point, but like he got that from Edgeworth. Changed my mind.
he did. He did. Because Edgeworth was going to be a defense attorney before his father died.
Before the DL6 incident.
Yeah. But
What a mess.
But yeah. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, and it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not perfectly a large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out.
Hosonaga, no. You're helping the defense. Poor Ouchie. He's running out of allies.
We be friends?
Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have left out on a scream of pain then, which means he was dead already. Time to do some detective work. Alright, alright. You want? Nah. I'll switch over. Whoop.
I'm surprised you weren't already wearing it.
I mean, fair enough. But there we go. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
I'm surprised you managed to get head waiter in such a short amount of time, honestly.
But you...
Oh
You're-
god, that hurts.
You're a detective, not a waiter.
You're a detective, not a waiter.
There you have it. Something isn't here.
Right here.
Right here, yeah. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. But since that clearly didn't happen, he probably was already dead.
Whoopsie daisy.
There's no question of that. And yet,
Man's either unconscious or dead. There are only 2 explanations here.
well, it said that he died from blood loss from the bullets, so he was probably passed out.
Yeah. Poisoned and shot.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it.
I'm taking bets on whether or not he was poisoned before he was shot.
He was probably poisoned. And then she dealt the final blow.
Yeah.
That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Let me read out 2 lines.
Alright.
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
Just have to give you a few seconds.
I know. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think?
Yeah, I think the bitch burned him.
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap.
What?
There's
What
a-
trap?
There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... He was probably asleep.
I mean, already deceased makes more sense, though.
Yeah, because he would be dead, and she could put... Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. No man
It's
could...
one of the 2.
No man could have remained silent while his wrist was burning on piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead.
Because he would have woken up if he was asleep. 'Cause it's very specifically...
Already?
It's very specifically asleep and not unconscious.
Dead? Yeah. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness.
Order! 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 Please, counsel, Explain this absurd notion at once.
It's not that fucking absurd.
The victim was killed by a gunshot.
No, he was killed by bleeding.
Yeah, the bleeding that from the bullet inside him, you know?
That's right. That's right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
Or apparently how fucking burns work.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it had become apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
Uh,
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
I'm not doing this, Brett.
I know.
You get ouchie.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
Oh no.
but Your Excellency, I was going to sleep with her afterwards.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency.
I wonder what her eyes do look like under that mask, because we're never going to fucking see them.
Yeah. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be
Bitch
delighted
really
to
just-
help. Yeah, see? She clearly knew how to speak Japanese.
Bitch really just spoke in aesthetic.
Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Swan, Phil.
Ah, Miss no, you.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Yeah, that's the whole joke here, is that that freaking aesthetic thing was just her speaking English. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
They really did think she was just some dumb fuck tourist, wow.
Yeah. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? Because she's a freaking bitch?
Because she wanted to slow everything. Because she's a
My mother language, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Because she is racist.
Yeah. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. Yeah, racist. But it seems the men in the land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen.
Shut up.
We will be seeing more racism from here, I will assure you. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
It's definitely not because you wanted to slow down court proceedings to a fucking crawl.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
How's my ouchie?
It fits very well with pain.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm fine.
I see. You won't have to. At least you won't have to talk with Ouchie that much, anyway.
I mean, if I ever come back on for like any of the normal cases, I'm doing all of Iris's lines.
Fair enough.
Because like the gimmick here is that I'm Iris.
Yeah. In that case,
I should get a cute outfit.
Yeah.
I'm too small to have an outfit. Never mind. where would it go?
I don't know. I could probably just like do a little doodle. I don't know.
Give me her hair.
In
Figure out how to give Zeno's hair.
In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Oh, it's buffering. Oh no.
Oh shit.
So
Hey, wait, no, it's going back. I don't know what happened there.
Who knows?
So we're finally get to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Thanks, Edgeworth.
Testimony.
I can't believe throughout history Edgeworths were fucking gay for rats.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Frickin'.
Well, it's poison.
Frickin'. Yeah. Bitch.
Also, fun fact, her first name is the gun that was used to shoot him.
Ah.
And her last name is meant to sound like bullet.
Ah.
She's Big Shoe.
Yeah. That most...
I do believe we get her real name at some point during the trial.
I'm pretty sure we do, yeah. I remember.
If not, it's in the sequel. She's in the sequel.
That most captive...
I'm not spoiling the sequel.
I mean, I'm aware. I'm gonna be able to play it because of this collection. So, you know.
Yeah.
The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
Slow your roll, Buckley.
I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I too hope I haven't insulted anyone. Bitch.
You've insulted everyone. Congrats.
You've insulted everyone freaking here, because everyone here is Japanese.
Why are you even here if you're racist?
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady.
Fucking weirdo.
And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
Okay. Have fun with that after you're fucking arrested.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. And put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Oh no.
No.
We have to do the entire breakdown sequence in one testimony?
Oh no. Yes, Your Excellency. Slap self to gain confidence.
Look, it's a +4 to attack.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. I think it just shows how more freaking nervous Ryusuke is compared to his descendant Phoenix.
Well, it's also because we've had more games with Phoenix, so he's like more confident overall.
Well, it's also just the fact that like Ryusuke is like in university, so he's like early 20s at best.
This kind of feels more like Apollo's first case.
Yeah, but this is also made by the same people who made the original trilogy, so...
Yeah, but like he feels almost more like Apollo than he does Phoenix.
I guess so.
Like a cross between the two of them.
Probably. I think they worked on Apollo Justice, maybe?
Because Apollo Justice is fucking mint.
I mean, yeah, it is.
It's probably the funniest one. Unintentionally so.
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry?
Is she gonna talk about hot stoves?
Ever since I have arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. Ma'am! You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What?
Why are you looking there, ma'am?
What fun. You hadn't realized.
I feel like there's a great deal of difference here between a fly being open and physical pain.
Yeah. The dear lady is absolutely right. No, you would do it. Yeah.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
Yeah. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Bitch probably believes in IQ.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Let me do that again.
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
There we go, I got through.
Sorry, I had my door knocked on. Oh yeah, I heard you though. That was wild.
Oh, thanks, ouchie.
Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember.
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember.
Yeah.
Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Yeah, but what the fuck did she order?
A steak.
Who the fuck just orders a steak, actually? Like,
She-
genuine?
I think she ordered the steak in the water. But it's also the fact that, like, he could only drink water because he had his molar removed, so he couldn't eat. So... exactly as you say, sir. Although...
I'm gonna refresh the page just to see if it catches it up.
Alright.
Gotta get the lowest possible delay for my reading of lines here.
Yeah.
Although...
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm
Wouldn't
afraid I
you
don't
know?
remember that.
Wouldn't one of the glasses have been full? Oh yeah, that's why she took one, obviously.
Yeah.
She dumped it out, burned him, and left.
At least with this glass, you can tell that this one's been drunken out of. Because there's quite a bit left. There's, like, not a lot left.
Whereas the one in her purse is entirely empty.
Yeah.
Saucy.
Damn you. What the f-
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
Oh my god. I'm stupid, huh?
Yeah.
Aren't we actually? We're fucking morons, huh?
I think
we-
it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I have heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. The blood. The blood loss. The blood loss. It wasn't the bullet itself. It was the blood loss from the bullet.
I mean, that's getting into pedantics, though, isn't it?
It still means that he died from blood loss, not... He didn't die immediately from the bullet.
Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yeah.
I mean, he still would have screamed out after being fucking shot.
Yeah. But it's also just the fact that, like, if he didn't, well, he was clearly asleep or something.
Poisoned.
Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little...
Thanks, Twitch lag. Just read it.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us.
You're stuck without me because, like, I'm so far behind.
Fair enough. And as there were no signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
Do we even have ballistics?
I don't know.
Huh.
I think we're in the 1800s, so I don't think so.
Yeah, but we're in the fantasy 1800s.
But it doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, he would have been able to make a burn like that, which means he was poisoned. He was asleep by the time the food got there. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought up from the kitchen, he would have screamed. And he must have, yeah, already been dead and... Yeah. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by the gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, that is complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Poison.
Well, we don't have poison in our inventory, unfortunately.
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always a telltale trace on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our
Someone can sleep with you, Ouchie. Christ, tone it the fuck down, you horny bastard.
And as our police forces thoroughly examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? But what if they don't have do they have substance, can they tell what's inside his body? I don't think they can.
Oh, well, I don't think they even bothered to run it like a narcotics test or a poisons test.
Yeah, probably because they don't have that.
Debatable.
No, I'm talking about Japan specifically. They probably don't have that compared to England, because the Japan's judicial system in this point in time has only been going for like a couple years. So it hasn't been going for that long. As I said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be no physical traces about all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
Okay, so this is how you get to that line of reasoning.
Yeah. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Yeah, he could have died from the poison, and then she could have just shot him and burned him.
Shot and burn.
That way it seems like he would have died from that.
Well, I'm gonna go back to watching normally.
Okay. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Wait. Can we, like, examine the actual freaking glass? That'd be nice. Yes, evidence.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a whole different... Oh! We brought that back in. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Haha! A killer blow! The lady is as affordable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie has finally started to see sense. I doubt that. I very much doubt that. Same. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Well, yeah, he coughed. Like he did not like what she said. It didn't line up. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I would have to find a way. I have to find a way. I see some kind of clue to help us find a clink in her armor. Azuma? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosanaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. So I wonder if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss on her last statement again. Well, this is a returning mechanic from Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, so
Yes.
get through this.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. Shadow's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with a Miss Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Yeah, this. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D... Yeah, I know how it works. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should, do it. Let's do it. And let's do it.
Wait. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oops. Oops. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Attention!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If we can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosanaga. Yes? You have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. You moron! Yeah. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been open 3 days now. Your worst income shoe, yeah? But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? And you'll have fused with California. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Let me see. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? It think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Yeah. Although it's just plain water now, you know? I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryosei. You can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Inosuke. It's more ways than one. I wonder... could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You're kind of quiet all of a sudden. Don't dry me. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. I think it's this one and I have to use the bottle. Pretty sure. Could be. Let's see.
Yes.
Yep, it is. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving without a trace that comes to mind. Poison. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Desile Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest that such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie. Imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even a vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Man's down. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your release force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. However, what about the glass? That could definitely have traces on it. You cannot deny that. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. But you didn't have the glass. So that's an issue within itself. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered a test for every toxin available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No, no! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You have successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Check the glass. Just check the glass. Come on. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. For proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present to court at this point? Kazuma? Sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh, 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 oh. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court's proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Oh, right, right. We're about to get to the ending now, right? Because we don't have a lot left to go. I forgot that this is one of the longest first cases. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go get something. I need to go get my food. Alright, let's keep going. Let's go. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. Sorry. I'm fine. I'm fine. Huh? A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted in this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only 5 minutes of your time. I have vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. There's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English? It's Josiah Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's library in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under a professor, wasn't she? Wasn't she? So this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to proceedings on the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Oh. Special characteristics of a curator and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There is too little time for me to read in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note that's just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye, then. And good luck. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of fully body arrest must be found first, or persons would die of suffocation. Huh. Alright. I'd say that's relevant. You have had a long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask of the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? I presume not, but still. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Rinosuke, we're out of options here. That really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to play... Oh. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask that you treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes.
Miss Jezile Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? Toxin known as Cure, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Cure, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Kira before for one very simple reason. The Japanese aren't aware of it. Yeah, it doesn't exist in our country. Uh-huh. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Cure. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Kira has long been used by the tribes of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that is reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. It's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. It's a paralyzing poison. Paralyzing. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress, because it paralyzed him. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously. The man lost all his strength in his muscle. Oh wait. I had an autoplay. Effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. It's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Yeah, pretty freaking grim. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison from which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you... It is you. who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady? So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discover them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for an heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. Oh no. The idea of some person that doesn't even poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of the Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it. But again, it's not necessarily in the drink itself. It's more than likely the glass. Don't get too big for your boots, you insipid little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and those foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. That's what I'm saying, though. It's not necessarily the drink itself. You can lace the glass and avoid it entirely. Goodness. Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. So, no Kira. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying. Look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Ugh. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've gotten more than enough of my time for the further of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the sins you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryosuke. You have all the clues now. That bottle of water. It doesn't contain the It's something else. Also, why would she make him get a burn mark in the first place? Like, it's almost like the poison goes through that way as well. What? Why, Rinosuke? It's been obvious if there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining, till it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? This whole trial is poison. I mean, I guess there is. I don't know. The defense refuses to change his position. You're serious.
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sort of assertion with evidence? Yeah. Bottle. No, not the bottle. The glass.
Yes!
Huh? Hang on. Let me see. Let's see. The wretched accused. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. One explains how the woman was able to consume this supposedly poison water unscathed. Am I missing something on here? Let me think. Probably. I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Oh. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection.
It's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. But she does. The peanut young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sutato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Then focus on the freaking specific poison. We direct this to the pertinent section council. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? I think it's in practical applications. It's written right here under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect? That's a practical... Maybe? I don't know. Oh well. I'll get it. Read properly. Yeah. Right. And the only wound that we know of, at least besides the freaking, besides the bullet, is the burn. So if she laced the, so if she laced the metal bit of the stake thing with it, and then he burned, well, he wouldn't really complain about it because, well, he's already instantly paralyzed. This left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though the indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. If they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yeah. Yes, good point. Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to the conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? See, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kira enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. True. That could also be a thing. when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Right. That's why it doesn't even freaking matter to her. You knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh. It's alive! When you Euroskate, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? Excuse me. A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curate is safe to ingest. Seems like it's likely that its effects are neutralized on the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Did you forget about the freaking burn mark? Ah! That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no. Order. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they wouldn't be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this cure is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Wrong again. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? It's the right power. It's the right power to see the truth. I never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies that's so intense, like almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
To see right through them. I don't think so, Miss Jezile Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Lowe have been killed? Well... remember his frickin' removed tooth? That would expose his nerve endings. Wouldn't it? And it's already a wound, as it is.
Take that!
As Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Cure are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. And what was an open wound? The tooth. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. What? What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like her to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. Those childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Oh boy. Officer, what are you waiting for? Let us as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Yes, the glasses. Of course, you're referring to this photographic printout, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as the day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting his back to me. So of course the only person who could have this shot from him in the front is this little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Kire. And then, in order to frame Leonardo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you raised from him to find on the floor. Mommy. But it's literally just the fact that, like, the fact that she dropped the freaking bottle deliberately kinda just makes her more guilty, I want to say, you know? And in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? At every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Where's your handbag? Give me the freaking handbag! Exactly. You have nothing to support your wild claims. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. What if it has a secret compartment? Don't frickin' deny that. You know full well of secret compartments in frickin' containers in Ace Attorney. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. Yes, it would. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? He had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? You've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. If there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Stars, am I right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Yes. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Well, the blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Perhaps the plate? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photograph in my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. Which implies that he was shot from the front and then turned around. Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. That can't be the case because the bullet didn't go through him. It's still in him. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, then there's no way for the blood could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter has been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Zyle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. This court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing.
Hold it!
This could be a moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took that steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out the answer for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Absolute psychopath. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Stealing evidence to conduct justice. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Would have preferred it without the steak. Huh. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Flip it. You see, this is always why I say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah! I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disrespect to the Empire. Fucking horny ass bitch. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. I'm sorry. Looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Look at it. Just look at it. You gotta look at it. Ho-ho! There's the freaking coin from that freaking... What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark from the Hoei, I believe. Yeah, it's someone else's plate. This is not the right one. Which probably means that this is the sergeant's plate. He probably stole the coin, that way he could, sell it, because he's poor. No, I mean, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's doing here? What did you say it was a whole baked Koban? And apart from the meat juices, it looks like to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Yeah. Bullying and bullying. I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means that this is not the right plate. That's not a cat. It's a cow, obviously. It's like it because the restaurant's signature just is beef steak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. Similar to Carnival, is it? Yeah. What's important here is that it's someone else's plate. Rinosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Assume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any of the other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate is a new clue to be found? Under. Huh? What in the world is this? Yeah, we're just going through this again. I probably just need to point it at the coin. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Sure, you never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick coin. Yeah. Uh-huh. I probably need to present it. Yeah, it's not.
Got it.
Yeah. Got it. Good gracious, that's. Go ahead. What on earth? Oh, Aaron wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin simply hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. That's because it's not your plate. You fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection.
No! Remember the antique seller! And who was the other one eating meat? The sergeant. We absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hawaii Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hawaii Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak? Turns out to be irrelevant in this case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? Point is, it's essential we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person who... Yeah. I know.
Take that.
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasutai, Kiryo Korakuta-san. As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired, he was trying to find it. Shut up, revolver bullet. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hawaii era Koban. My prize coin. And this Hawaii era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection.
No. Please, why would Korakuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Unless someone was trying to steal it.
Yes.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back into here. Without a moment's delay. believe we come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, strong hunch. And that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find the key that's element in this case. Well... maybe it's not her freaking... Yeah, it is. It's the longest freaking case one. What's it all about? I haven't been called up again. Don't you realize it's dinner time for a little baby idol? And his son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we are. Like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasutai shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kotokuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutai memory serves, have you ever seen this? Yes, that's it. That's the very exact one that it is. Perhaps you some semblance Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlightened, decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, sure it was dropped anywhere. Found your coin sandwich between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure? Between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would have done such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosanaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. I wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst enough, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurobota's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole... Who else? Who else but the sergeant?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iosa Nosa. How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadets? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all of this. I mean, that's not that out of nowhere, to be honest. Child see shiny, pick up. The face of evil. You would push the blame for your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Wah! Clippity clop, clippity clop. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? Yeah. I started that the temporary increase in taxation owing to recently ended conflicts remains in place. I have heard that it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man is Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin that in my pocket, it'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Fret? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Ow. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby saddle sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. You're forgetting. That's more than likely not your freaking plate. So, where's the other plate? Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now, all that questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you're free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. That's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later. Don't call out now, it'll be too late. Trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, that parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding that going on, sure not so such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife or fork, it's beyond nonsense, pure nonsense. Yes, I'm right. You said... Wait. I'm going to need to see them. Yeah. Like, look at this. That doesn't look to be cut. That looks like someone freaking bit into it. Those are not knife cuts. Those are bite marks. Like, you can clearly see those are bite marks and not anything else.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before this professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's being eaten. Heh. See if you notice it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few months ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. This specifically with the steak, no. Someone bit into that with their freaking teeth. And take a look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's being eaten. Look at the bite marks. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! Looks like Miss Brent has realized something. Oops. Oops. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was variously hung. Oh. New animation. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in this place. I've heard enough, you irritating little speckled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Inosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw someone seem to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Except that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it in the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Attention!
It's absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say hasn't been brought forward? Can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I know, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to spit the evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my very last quest of defense in this trial. Who else? Mr. The crime scene theme himself.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's her. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention is going to focus on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Kotoguta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the stake. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites of her steak, nor did she have an opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest the thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, sure you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over? You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. And I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hid the coin underneath it. And when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. You decided to investigate Slam and that'd be it. It'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Yeah. Thank you, Ouchie. You saved the defense. With military precision and time, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes. I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on and back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosanaga, bring the other plate. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. Now, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? Can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate we're eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the courts. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Yep. See it. Sorry for keeping you. Blood. And the steak is evenly cut with a knife. Here's another steak in its plate. True. It's been 3 days. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes.
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate. What did you do to the steak, sir? Shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Naruhodo-san from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jezile Brett. It's you. Here we go. Breakdown time. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Yes, she did. Please excuse me, my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Yes. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Shit. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the courtroom what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Kirei. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because Kirei is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table, Ryunosuke. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in this chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concealed a plan on the spur of the moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Cura in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Of course you did. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Back in heat. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, Mumi's revolver. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the party that adjoins the pantry that joins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Yay. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Oh boy. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Yes, it would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes? This is insult to the Ouchi family name. Will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Counsel. He isn't. He's just employed at a normal university. You become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for a new. Like, Kazuma is the only one here that is studying law. Bro, imagine losing to not even lawyer. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Fuck your hair. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruto clan. Oh. This is what started the freaking non-existent rivalry. Because Phoenix always freaking forgets that pain exists. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. That's what I mean. Non-existent rivalry. Because Phoenix never freaking remembers. It's just a thing. Will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruto, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. True, true. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey to discovery, to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to do. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruto. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruto, not guilty. Yeah, this is legit, like, the longest freaking case one. At most, I'm glad it's always been a clown fiesta. Yeah. This court is now adjourned. Like, other case ones, at least in terms of length, have always been roughly 2 to 2.5 hours. Yeah, probably. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, finally put it off. Congratulations. Yeah, it really is. Well, couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra long sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruto-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we not had that research report, report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Suso Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikitoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yuma University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. And colonialism! Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will, and I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man Kananas his soul. Blade shows me where I need to go. Cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it already is with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to that woman? It's just Isle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It is a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosanaga. It's because she's English, and it was an English woman killing an Englishman, so they're only going to a place that fits the capabilities, you know, whatever. It's hard fought bottle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must this is all about consular jurisdiction. Yes, it still is. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. I told you, this is the longest freaking case in terms of case ones. Like, whoa. What, we can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. A consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify her girlfriend's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? I don't think he is anymore after what he's pulled. Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go in and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Josiah Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your work. Your skills made a difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. And for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. Just... I did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believe in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believe in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, I face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stop believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Rinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. Arrange some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. In your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sutato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still... It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Well, we're finally fucking done. Yay! That's it for now. Batty. Oh, there's the thing. Yep. Thanks. Alright. So, thank you all for coming today. I've been going at this for like 8 hours, which I probably shouldn't have, but yeah, whatever. But whatever. I will figure out what I'm doing for next week over the weekend. For now, I should really stop and have some rest. So, I'll see y'all later. Take care. Mwah, mwah, mwah.